So that's kind of like an outlier. The Costco's and the Sam's Clubs and the Kroger, the ones that have these bulk membership deals where they're able to keep the price down a little bit. And with the exception of these membership discounted pumps, it's over $4 a gallon everywhere. And now they're talking $5. So that is the pressure point. There's no question about that, Howard. Interestingly, do you remember when Joe Biden, do you remember that guy was president of the United States and gasoline prices went up? I don't know if you saw this in Arizona, but I saw it in the various states that I've been driving: New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan. Well, not so much in New Jersey because you don't pump your own gas in New Jersey, but in the other states, you go to the pump and there would be a sticker on the pump that somebody would have put on there right by the cost of the gasoline. It would be a caricature of Biden, and it would say, "Thanks, Joe Biden." I don't see stickers going up that say, "Thanks, Donald Trump." I think that's kind of interesting. But I think you're right, Howard. That is the pressure point. Followed by Merrill.
Hi, Gary. Yeah, it's interesting. I've been watching the MAGA, or it's not even the MAGA civil war, because well, it is in a way, but there's obviously Trump voters, I think, expand beyond just MAGA. I think it's the coalition's a bit broader into far-right people that just happen to align for convenience with Don, because I think of MAGA as the actual like cult of personality at this point, and even Trump says it that way of like, I am MAGA. Mark Levin, who says all these things that are against America, he is MAGA because I say he's MAGA. It's like that kind of thing. But yeah, I think
Mark Levin says things against America.
Yeah, he clearly prioritized. I mean, just as an example, among a lot of, let's say, other far right thinkers or whatever, they would say, well, Mark Levin is only cares about Israel. Everything's kind of through that lens, and then Mark Levin, for instance, is very pro-war right now. Whereas, yeah, a lot of the MAGA base was told that, yeah, we're not doing foreign wars. Yeah, people like
so that makes him anti-American in your estimation?
According to the isolationist wing.
I got you. Yeah. Okay, I understand now. Thank you for clarifying.
Yeah. At any rate, or the America First, quote unquote, type people, right? So where was I going with this? There's something you didn't mention, Gary, that's a big point. I definitely want to leave you with that before my turn is up. The redistricting. Maybe I wasn't here the other day. Did you talk, or not the it hasn't all gone through yet, but it started. The Supreme Court decision that race shall not be considered as a factor for congressional districting. And there's some predictions that this is going to give, maybe not this term, but maybe quickly this term, upwards of 20 seats to the Republicans, and that this would be a more permanent thing, owing to the fact that a lot of the states, the lines have been drawn according to previous laws and Supreme Court rulings, where it was like, oh, we have to protect the majority minority districts that tend to always vote Democrat. So you had this perpetual Democrat seat. But now it's almost that they're going to be legally required to for redress and stuff, to redraw the districts. Some of them are going to do it before this election, and therefore a lot of those will go to Republicans again, maybe even on a more permanent basis, just by the demographic redistricting. So on that aspect, I think there's been tension on between the MAGAs, because this is a big wedge issue for them. may even bring some of the neocons who went, the never Trumper neocons who, like Liz Cheney has a special personal enmity, but at the same time, no, she may be a person like Liz Cheney may be like, oh, I'm voting for the Republican because I've always been a Republican, and I'm not voting here for Trump. I'm voting for the local. Do I want a Republican or a Democrat? And I guess I'll vote for the Republican. And it's great that we're all going to war now, right? So I think that it's a bit overstated in what we see publicly of the MAGA stuff, especially combined with this redistricting thing. I think it still might go to the Democrats this time because there's a lot of unpopular, the favorables, all this, but it won't be as clear as I think people have been hoping for. So anyway, that's my 2 cents, Gary.
I'm really happy you brought up for greater discussion the Supreme Court decision, and there's several, but the most recent one was the weakening of the Voting Rights Act. It was a 6-3 majority. It struck down just a few days ago a majority black district in Louisiana, ruling that it unconstitutionally racially gerrymandered. And so what this is called is a presumption of legislative good faith. So the court is now requiring that the federal courts, when these issues come before them on the district level, begin with a presumption that the state legislatures acted in good faith when they redistricted. Excuse me. Which I know you did not want me to do in your ear. So what that does is to make it more difficult to argue before the courts, presumably, that race was a primary factor or the primary factor in drawing the lines. Now, you said that that's a strategic advantage for Republicans. You're exactly right, because when you start allowing states to eliminate black and Latino electoral districts, which you can now do through redistricting without fear that you're going to be accused of being racially motivated, because it was, of course, in good faith, the Democrats lose seats because black and Latino electoral districts traditionally favored Democrats. So 2 states come to mind, Louisiana and Florida. They can now reshape their maps to gain more House seats. And I don't know what the breakdown is projected in Louisiana, but as I mentioned a moment ago, the Republicans stand through the redistricting that went right through the House, because whatever DeSantis wants, DeSantis gets, heavily favors 4 additional seats going to the Republicans. So your analysis is spot on, Agent, and I thank you for it. Meryl, followed by Arrow.
Excuse me, I don't want to cough in anybody's. Oh, excuse me. You talked about the Democrats. I think the biggest problem Democrats always had is that they split. They never. You said splinter. That's what Democrats did, and Republicans never did that, and that's a problem. However, I don't expect that to happen this time. I don't. I think everybody keeps forgetting. We talk about the redistricting. Okay, that's a problem. That Democrats have never played dirty. Republicans always had dirty tricks. They'll do this. They do. They didn't let Obama pick a Supreme Court justice. Mitch McConnell wouldn't let him do that. Democrats always let they didn't. They never said, "Hey, it's your last year, you can't." But they did that to Obama. They are ICE. The reason that he wants so much money is because I think Trump intends to have ICE people at voting where people vote. I think he plans on intimidating them. There is the redistricting. There's the targeting states, like Michigan, and said that we don't vote fairly, we don't vote legally, and that you know Trump won in Michigan and didn't whatever it was, or Detroit, whatever it was. He wants to mess around with that. One of the things though that and gas, excuse me, Mile, Michigan yesterday had $4.99, and I think today I read it could go as high as $5.16. I'm not sure, but $4.99. There you go, with a dollar bet. I think that people disregard, and Republicans especially, the effect that the No Kings rallies might have. The hands off and No Kings rallies, and there's going to be a couple more before there'll be more. And I don't think they really take that seriously. And I don't think they understand that's not all Democrats. That is not all Democrats. You got a lot of independents. And I don't think they understand that when you look at that, if there's 7 million people, that's 7 million votes. But those 7 million are going to be asked to, do you know 25 people? Do you know 10 people to get more votes, which is how you used to do campaigns. When you used to do campaigns in the state, you used to give people 25 postcards, say, send this out to 25 people. And and then that's how it would work. And that's what the No Kings thing is going to be. It's going to be, how many people can you get that aren't here today, but can you get to vote? And that's part of it. And I do think that should not be completely discounted. And the other thing is, I don't see costs going down by November or by August, because what you have with Trump, you've got somebody who's off the rails right now. Nobody is telling her anything. I can't have General not talk to him about tariffs. And what you did today, what we saw today was, here you had Trump saying, well, we won, maybe we didn't win, this and that, this and that, this and that. You have Hegseth yesterday, who was, it was abysmal. He was so bad. And they have not won the war. They have not yet won the war. And they're never going to get a peace agreement that's going to be better than what John Kerry put down. It's just not going to happen. And now what you've got is Trump doing what Trump does. So today Trump is tariffs, and he's back to tariffs. I'm going to have tariff this country and that country, and he's mad at Europe. He's mad over here, and he's going to do this and he's going to do that. Well, that's how our prices started to go up before the war. Our prices were already going up, and now he thinks that if he does the whole tariff bit, it's going to suddenly make and the war's not over. And gas isn't going down that quickly. And when you talk about the stock market, we all have to remember the stock market are investors. That's not your everyday people that are living who maybe don't even have $500 in the bank for an emergency, or people who don't have 5,000 even. So you have to take that into consideration. And you're talking about what the Democrats are going to have to point out is they are going to have to, the deficit. They're going to have to talk about the spending, and it's insane. What Trump is saying, we don't have enough money. We're not going to give kids lunches, and we don't have daycare, and we're not going to take all that food that we have that's sitting on shelves expiring. We're not going to send that overseas to save malnourished children, starving children. We're not going to do that anymore. But you're going to give me money for my bunker. You're going to give me $700 million to redo the interior of the living quarters of the White House. And you're going to give me this much money for this, and I need this much money to for the plane, to the gift that I got, and I have to have that all redone. It's insane, and that's not what people know. The more you read, the more you learn, and the Democrats are going to have to point this out. They're going to have to point out that when he asks for a lot of money, he's not just asking about for ICE, not just asking for defense. Go take a look at what he's asking for himself. What is he getting, and what is his family getting? And why aren't the Republican Congress? They're not doing anything about it. And this is all you can do. This is all the Democrats can do is to get the right message, stay on it, and hope that prices don't go down. And I don't see it ever being able to go down from before the tariffs. And you've got farmers that are fighting. You have more bankruptcies with farmers now than you've had before. It's bad time. It's a bad time. You had Golden Sachs that is saying they raised the percentage rate that they think. I think they said to 75%. Heard about? Okay. Now here's all right. Now here comes the MAGA. Right. What are you giving MAGA? What's he giving them that's going to bring them together? What is it? I don't understand that. You're going to, if you say, okay, no more war, MAGA people are going to look and say, why did we have this war? Why did it cost this much? What is it that he can give the MAGA people to bring them together? That's what I'm wondering. I know that he's talking about the MAGA split. I understand Megyn Kelly. I understand all of that. But I'm not hearing what they are demanding that Trump can
I
give
think
them.
what they're demanding, what I hear them saying, is an end to the war, a real end to the war.
A real end to the war means what? No, we're not going to be fighting anymore. But what does it mean that we've lost a war? This is an embarrassment.
So, if you are a high value and talented employee who's qualified for your useful position, you may be able to keep your job. But if you were hired because of DEI and community representation, your Chicago GovGov program position may be terminated in 2027.
See, and then when you start talking about why did we spend $2 billion a day? I think that I don't think that Trump can give the MAGA people. I don't think he's going to be able to. You think Marjorie Taylor Greene is going to say, "Okay, everybody, now let's vote for the Republicans because the war's over"? I don't think so. I think that some of these people are making a break, and I think that they want to run. I don't think that Trump can give them what they want. And I don't know that the Republican Party can do much more. They're already giving everything away. So I just don't see it. I see for the first time in the Republican Party doing what Democrats did for years and years and years. And I don't necessarily think that Trump can bring all of these people back together. I haven't heard him say he can. Does everybody that what is the end of the war mean? Just bring everybody home.
I think it would. Now, I understand your counter argument to that, but the question you asked is what would satisfy them. And I'm not saying that I can speak on their behalf, but I am saying that based on what I hear them say, it seems to me that that's exactly what they want. They were not in favor of this military action in the first place. I think they were okay with the August 12-day war, where we were just dropping armaments from the sky and so forth. But once you put people in harm's way and you have so many troops assigned to this conflict, this goes against what they say they voted for when they put, however it is done, the button for Donald Trump.
Okay, but does that mean so then what he does is he's just doing what he's doing now? He just walks away. So that satisfies them. You just walk away.
I don't think it will satisfy you, and I don't think it'll satisfy me. But that question, what would satisfy the MAGA base to maybe reunify them? And I think that's the closest thing to
He also
that. That would be the way he would do it. And knowing Trump, we have no idea what his game plan.
Stops all traffic accidents by his aura. He also stops all traffic accidents by his aura.
I really don't. I think he's the line where his administration could say, today. Or he wants to do.
Well, he always has been impetuous and
Right.
emotional and intuitive, correctly or incorrectly, in his approach. So I'm not arguing whether what he might or might not do is good, and I'm not arguing that I know what he might or might not do. That's, like I said yesterday, it's the same thing as trying to guess what a jury's going to do. And you know as well as I do,
Right.
being in the profession, you can't
Right.
guess what a jury's going to do. So I get that, but your question was about what would satisfy the MAGA base potentially. And if you are one who believes that now that we're in this, we cannot leave until those nuclear weapons capabilities are secured, then you ought to be concerned about the potentiality that he might just declare victory and walk away in order to reunify the base.
I think that's what he's going to do. I'm just wondering, does that really unify them? I know we're hearing they're saying, no more war. But do they, if he just walks out, do they look at that and say, okay, we won and everything's fine now? Or do they start have a little bit of are they a little bit angry with him still?
I don't know if we have any folks here who consider themselves to be MAGA folks who are in the audience. Raise your hand and please answer Merrill's question. I was chuckling, Merrill, when you said the Democrats never, the Republicans don't fight fair, the Democrats always do. I just want to remind you, since you're in Michigan, that in 1972, there were all these fake Wallace delegates to the Democratic convention.
Right.
They were bound to vote for Wallace only on the first few ballots, but at any rate, they were actually McGovern. I knew some of them. I mean, they were laughing about how they pulled that off. So they went in as Wallace delegates. He had a substantial base of support, grassroots, not organized, and that's why things fell apart. That he didn't have his own delegates to present because he really didn't have. There were no campaign offices open in Michigan for George Wallace, but you know as well as I do that there was significant grassroots support for him, and so these folks thought it would be really cool to claim to be regular Wallace delegates when they were really McGovern delegates. So the Democrats can fight dirty as well occasionally.
I don't occasionally. I was thinking more in terms of stacking the Supreme Court, doing what they did to Obama. They never did.
One, two, three, four, three, four. In, two, three, four. Out.
Both like really out.
Three, four. In, two, three, four. Out. Two, three, four. In, two, three, four. Out. Two, three, four. In, two. Focus your mind on the rhythm. Out. Two, three, four. In, two. Your lungs and diaphragm. Two. Take up this rhythm. Change it. Two, three, four. Out. Two, three, four. In, two, three, four. Out. Two, three, four. In, 2, 3, 4, out, 2, 3, 4. 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 In, 2. If your thoughts wander from what we are doing, 2, 3. Gently lead them back. 2, 3, 4. Out, 2, 3, 4. In, 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 2, 3, 4. Out, 2, 3. As the lungs take up the rhythm automatically, inhaling and exhaling, this rhythm gradually is extended to all of the body tissues and cells. 3, 4. In, 2, 3, 4. Out, 2, 3. In, 2. Out, 3, 4. In, 2, 3, 4. 3, 4. In, 2, 3, 4. Out, 2, 3, 4. In, 2, 3, 4. Out, 2, 3, 4.
Chicago narrow kind of mayor kind of politics law.
2, 3, 4. In, 2, 3, 4. Out, 2, 3, 4. In, 2, 3, 4. Out, 2, 3, 4. In, 2, 3, 4. Out, 2, 3, 4. In, 2, 3. Enjoy the deep relaxation that rhythmic breathing brings. In, 2. The whole process is simple and pleasurable. 4. In, 2, 3, 4. Out, 2, 3, 4. In, 2, 3, 4. Out,
Supreme Court
2, 3, 4.
Decided the partisan advantage is A-okay. That's what the Constitution says, question mark. The same people who, despite the Rights Act having a long history of being voted on at like 99-0 style votes in the Senate and similar margins in the House, decided that they could just ditch all these other things that have all kinds of precedent and so now racial or gerrymanders that eliminate the power of racial minorities is just A-okay. So what do the midterms mean is a really important question just in terms of the context of this question. Because if we had what used to be more standard districts, right, where they weren't sort of drawn with by algorithm to maximize partisan advantage, this would be a blowout, just an absolute blowout, where Republicans would be
just really, I mean, we're talking, I think it could be, 30 seats despite how tight the House is right now. Usually when you see the really big swings, it's because one party has a very substantial advantage. And so there's a lot of seats that were maybe tossed up last time that went to that party, the party power. This time it's almost a 50-50 House. And so there's less room for there to wave to have a high number count, but I think there's going to be a lot of seats that flip and what would have been considered safe Republican seats when the cycle started. But the way the batch should drawn, who the hell knows? So we're really going to see. I'm not sure if it's necessarily MAGA is the right rift. I think people are sort of alluding to this before, where I think MAGA kind of stays where they are, but it's the people who align the coalition members who wouldn't necessarily self-defined as MAGA, but were staunchly anti-democrat. Those people, I think, are the ones that are going to either stay home or even switch. I think we're going to see a lot of that. And I think it's going to play in really interesting ways. I mean, it remains to be seen what happens in heavy military districts when, based on the hearings that I heard, there was a lot of things that the military did to protect people are now, unfortunately, either dead or injured, where they knew they should have known better and did not protect troops that were on bases that they that kind of stuff is going to have a ripple within a particular community. So a district like the East, I forget, maybe Virginia 2, it's the most eastern district in Virginia where all the military bases are in Virginia Beach. A district like that might really swing. There's some in San Diego that have basically been kind of re-gerrymandered by Prop 50 that maybe would have swung. Place like Colorado, where you've got Air Force, and we'll see how those play out. There's other communities where we're going to see the immigrant fervor is going to lead to a backlash. Also, a lot of people who come from communities that are the first or second generation in the U.S. who at least move towards Trump, even if they maybe didn't vote majority for him. I think we're going to see a whiplash there. I think that's going to have an impact. The midterms were particularly going to do down ballot level, where there's less British gerrymandering happening. That's gonna really show up. I think we're talking about the commissioners or any judges or whether your particular neck of the woods. I think we're going to see a really bit of those down ballot seats in a way that's go from Republicans to Democrats. Not least of which because of how pissed off the Democrats are at this part of the no-case, because there are a lot of people who take the Congress. It's expensive, unpleasant thing to do. They want to serve, and Democrats are running pretty much every line of the ballot, up and down the ballot. And so I think that's going to add a really big differentiation. And I think some of those people that are redder, they're not necessarily Democrats. They be running on the Democratic line, maybe not, but they have sort of a different take on what it means to run on that line than what's happened before. Sometimes they might even run as independents, and I think those kinds of races is probably where the mega rift shows up most, because candidates continue to emerge as they have in the cycle. MAGA has been part of the Republican coalition. We're certainly not turning out for the MAGA candidate. And one of the risks that the MAGA movement, if you will, the Republican Party, I'm not sure how much of a difference there is those two right now, is going to find is that gerrymandering also means that you've got your loudest asshole in your party talking an awful lot. Because when they're safe by 20 points, they'll say whatever. But they might be in the same media market as your swing district, and you can't sort of protect your person like say Mike Lawler in New York, who is enough by enough people to win a swing district, and now is having to answer for his neighboring congressman or woman who's so out there that that person's actually costing them votes. There's not a great mechanism for getting that person to shut up, especially in the MAGA movement, which rewards people who double down and triple down, even on things as ridiculous as like reducing pharmaceutical drug prices by 600%. So I think the MAGA is
You reduced the price by 600%. You made it made it 6/1000th of a 6/100th of a penny.
make a lot of them,
Oh, you took it from $1 to 6 cents. I see. How are you doing that?
But a lot of them are just kind of waiting to win because the other side is face planted so hard, right? We're seeing like 14-point swings, polling moving in their direction, and they're sort of resting on their laurels and saying, "Oh, they're just, it's going to come to us." And but they should be doing, in my estimation, particularly given the recent ruling, is really showing a clear vision of what they're not, right? That they're not even corrupt party, the Republicans are, that they actually are for people with hands. They actually want to do, folks. So they actually put something out there that people are really, really excited to vote for. That's more of a popular movement than what I see much of the party doing. So there's a risk that's going to matter. I know to
You just did.
Thank you, Aaron. Your initial comment about the erosion of the Voting Rights Act makes me think that three guys, based on that Supreme Court decision, have got to be rolling in their graves. One is LBJ, because he called for the legislation and pushed it through Congress. The other is ML King Jr., because Martin Luther King Jr., it was his activism, mainly in Selma, Alabama, that ultimately prompted the then President Johnson to push for this bill. And a name that's going to be less familiar to some folks, Mike Mansfield, the Montana Democrat, who actually introduced the bill in the Senate. They've got to be rolling in their graves over what that Supreme Court decision left this nation with today. Thank you, Aaron. We'll go to Monsef, followed by David. Monsef, are you with us? Your microphone is open. We don't hear you. There you go.
Can you hear me? Okay, good. I said I'm glad Aaron covered a lot of technicalities about gerrymandering, redistricting, and all that. I'm in Florida, and you mentioned that DeSantis. I mean, it's shameful what's going on.
Hey, let me ask you a question, Monsef, a little off topic, okay? If you don't mind, because since you're in Florida, it makes me think about this.
Yeah.
We know that the
Huh?
My Israel, die, Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. We're seeing quote Matalud, we all read. The Abed Allah, that Rabbo, Masham, the whole El Defa. May I, you have a rima, Eli, Matsama, Defa. But you are on bomb, Sito, the Defa.
We're going so. Oh.
Shapal, Mecca, Shatam, Al Bedeta, Ovisha Reha. You're good. But I'm still doing it.
We're going so long. Maybe once, but I can't remember.
And I've been to like similar style things, just not and obviously I go to the porn party. Friday, I've heard good things. I'm excited. He missed karaoke last night. Did some liberal got so like David Allen Poe died yesterday, and I played a song by David Allen Poe, and like with a girl, and this guy was this like random guy with like Seth Rogen was so pissed the cops had to come to get him off. You know David Allen Poe's history? Yeah, good. Some racist allegations. But I'm like, the last song was Michael Jackson. Like, what are you talking about? What? R. Kelly. And like, Elvis is a pedo. I don't know. A lot of fun. Do you like karaoke?
Yeah, it's okay.
I think it's a very good activity. Very good activity. But yeah, so I'll see you at 7.
Okay, so
that's it.
I was thinking maybe I should take the train there.
Yeah. Can you take the metro there? Isn't there's
No, but I mean,
yeah. Got it. Wow, it's really fun. So there was one
yeah,
and then
we both show along. All right, I'll see you at 7.
Austin Center.
Okay, bye.
As we saw migration coming from rich states to Florida, we saw reverse migration of Floridians go into states like Georgia, Alabama, rural states in Alabama, Louisiana, where they could get a cheaper house or cheaper taxes and cheaper property insurance on their property. So it's as much as something goes up, as hard it's going to be the readjustment to the market. So those migrations have slowed down quite a bit. So with the demand for housing being so lower than what they were in, let's say, 21, 22, 23, naturally the prices are going to go down, and this is evidentially shown in the listings of housing. There is more houses. There are more houses that sit on the market for longer. Before, we used to have the bidding war scenarios where you list your house and in half a day you get 5 bids, and you list your house for $500,000, and you end up selling it for 600,000 because of the cash buyers. So that's an interesting market situation for the real estate market, and the drop is not necessarily good because the market is adjusting. That means that a lot of people that have bought homes last year or whatever, they're gonna find themselves underwater. If you get a mortgage at 85 or 90% LTV, your equity is going to be wiped out if the market drops by 10 or 20%. So that's
Not good for them, but good for Gary. So that's all I could have.
Wait for you with open arms, Gary. The rental market is also was also affected. People were not able to, like, I'm talking about average workers. Like before, someone with an average job, let's say in Florida, that's like a $40,000 job, can easily afford a 1 bedroom apartment. That's not a reality anymore, and this is you can only blame it on the inflation and all that. So instead of going to apartment.com or whatever to find a place, the app that was getting the most activity looking for a place when you don't have a lot of money was roomster.com, or Roomster is an app which is literally renting a room in someone's house, because that's what with certain salaries, that's the only thing that you can afford, and things were never this bad. I mean, to with students, people with their first jobs at minimum wage, all that. But reality is that became a reality for a lot of people that have to in life that they can't even.
The topic at hand.
All right, so the rift in MAGA, the redistricting, like I said, in Florida here, it's shameful what the Republican Party has started with this redistricting thing. Like Merrill said, the Democrats are not immune to doing nasty things. We have done stuff in the past, that's fine. But with this redistricting fight, if it wasn't for whatever was started in Texas, California would not have followed through. It was not something that the Democrats would have started on their own. Uh, it carried through. But if you do something nasty like this, which is literally, I mean, it's shameful. At least do it when you know that the result is going to be a blowout. It's not going to be a blowout. The House is probably, well, not probably, there is in the predictions market, there's an 85% chance, I guess, that the Democrat will take the House. So if you're doing something nasty as, getting it on your name that you redistricted to win, and playing dirty games, at least do it when you have a chance that you're gonna blow it out, that you're gonna win. The Senate is a different story. It's gonna be a tight race. But I just the reason for the rift. I just watched a little bit of the
Chicago players. If you are high value and talented players qualified for you may be able to keep the job. But if you were hired because of DEI, community, or the state, your Chicago Left program may be terminated in 2027.
there's a lot of kind of retired older folks living there. And I figured he was, gonna be a little more whatever, but the whole thing was and this is what people turning people negative. I say in the negative positive and all. And started this war, I expected gas to be way more higher than what it is now, leaving you to think that you should be thankful that gas before I filled up yesterday. I used premium and it was over $5. So he's telling these older folks that are retired or whatever that this turned out even better than what I thought because I expected the stock market to fall by 25% or more. Look, it's not falling; it's actually staying steady. And I expected gas prices to be way higher. So be grateful that you're only paying $4 for regular. It's actually more than $4 in Florida. Um, so but people that have a little bit of resources, they might look at this and say, oh, okay, so the war that we're not winning, and I don't care if they said that we're winning, we're not. The excursion that you said we're gonna take a short excursion, and we're not gonna feel. I mean, haven't we already won, like you said? And if we win it, how come the um, uncertainty in the oil market is still going up? Shouldn't it be 60 days after declaring us winners? Shouldn't we be seeing at least normalized gas prices? Like, but in the other hand, you got people that, I sent you an article today, Gary. I mean, this guy is not in his position for the betterment of the average American citizen. He is there for his own enrichment, for his own family enrichment. I sent you an article on Messenger about how he quietly bought about 355 corporate bonds. And this is, for corporations that he was involved, his administration was involved in saving, like Intel. If you know that, the government took a big share in Intel. Well, guess what? Corporate bonds of Intel are going to go up. Guess who bought $333 million worth of corporate bond? I mean, blind trust my I mean, when you got your net worth go up sevenfold since you took the presidency, and you go in front of people and talk to people that don't have any money at the end of the month to invest, and tell them that Dow Jones is hitting 50,000. I was expecting it to hit 50,000. The market doubles in about I don't know 6 months, a year. It was on an upward trend.
Just
Like I think Maryland, people that don't even have any money left over to invest, and he's telling them that they should, that things are great. Yesterday, I don't know if anyone noticed that debt to GDP for the first time since I think 1948 or so. Um, so our national debt now is 100.3, I think, of GDP. First time ever. Something to be proud of for your
just a
president.
political thing.
Probably in the last 5 years, debt to GDP, things that he promised in the first when he was running. That is not going to be. The slogan for that he run under is America First. Um, he's doing everything, not be America First. So I don't know. My guy's mad. I mean, you're gonna I see a lot of people like Marguerite Taylor Greene and all that. Can you still hear me? That are out there outspoken about what's going on. But regular people are still gonna go to the rallies because they think he is the savior of this nation. He's gonna save us from all the nasty immigrants. People that kill our citizens and all that. I'm not going to go in a tangent about this, but crime committed by foreign aliens is a very, very small percentage of the crime committed every single day in this country. But I guess securing the border, I have to give it to him. We did get that done, but let's not overblow this thing. We always had crime in this country committed by American citizens on American citizens. So talking about situations here and there when an illegal, alien killed a beautiful young lady somewhere. It's not like we didn't have that in our country. So, yeah, the speech
So
today
how does that reflect on the midterms? I mean, you have not yet addressed the MAGA split. I don't think I heard you say anything about the MAGA split and how it affected it.
Well, MAGA is just realizing that all the stuff that they were fighting for and took the leader that he's going to go with their ideology, America first, no foreign wars, lower inflation, or whatever. I mean, this guy failed to deliver on every single item. We saw the MAGA kind of deflections in all in the whole process of of this presidency. We're not talking about the midterms going to the Democrat for no reason. If this was a successful presidency that the
my property tax.
would have stuck with their choices that they made in 2024. They not. The reason that you see, and there is an 84% chance that the Democrats are going to take the folks and people that voted for this guy realized that they voted for a mirage. I mean, nothing that he was talking about, he's still talking about now, has materialized. Inflation is still up. We are in a war with no strategic way to get out. Prices are still up. There is nothing, I mean, I don't care if people are not paying taxes on tips, but there is a lot of studies out there that say we have waiters and waitresses that get into this category. A lot of them don't even pay taxes because they fall in the lower category of folks that their tax rate is so low, or they don't even have any taxable income to report. So it's this empty stuff. People are gonna vote by their pockets this time. A lot of experts are saying that prices are not going to go down. Definitely not next month. Definitely not 6 months from now, because when inflation sets, it takes it a long time for it to go away. So this is not a MAGA rift. It's a Republican voter section that literally realized that they went by slogans, and the reality is definitely not what they expected. Anyway, that's all I have to say, Gary.
Thank you, Montsev. I will just point out that we should all be aware, no matter who's running for office, that campaign promises are made to get elected. They're not made to be kept. And we should just be aware that that's how it works. Some politicians actually do attempt to keep their promises. But the primary reason you're on the campaign trail is to get the votes needed to win your election. And so it's not unusual for a candidate to promise one thing and then do another.
Yeah, I understand that, Gary, but when things are definitely continue to be bad after you took the presidency, and you're telling people that $34 is pretty good. I know I promised lower prices, but You should be happy with 4. That's playing with the truth a little bit. No one ever. See, he was making fun that gas prices were reaching what levels of $3 or whatever. Not too long ago, he was saying that under his presidency, gas is 1.99. It wasn't one. It was probably in 1 or 2 gas stations in the whole country, but he was proud of that. But now it's to make something that's so horrible for the U.S. Consumer, make it palatable. He doesn't care. I mean, it's worth $7 billion, and most of it happened when he was a president. His whole career as a real estate developer, he barely scratched that $1 billion mark. He only became 7 times more richer when he became a president. Don't tell me that he's gonna feel the person that's now has to take public transportation.
Obama's worth jump exponentially.
Yeah, but not using the government programs, not using his name in the road books. He made appearances just like Clinton did, just like W. Bush did. He didn't use his name to go to the Emiratis and make $2 billion deals on crypto, selling his own crypto as Trump crypto. He didn't do it by going to the Middle East and telling people that they that they have to gift 400 things and rights to have their name. I mean, his name on buildings anywhere from Saudi Arabia to the Balkans to whatever. So it was not this blatant. Nobody ever makes $6 billion in extra wealth in using the presidency that this guy. Yeah, Barack Obama is probably worth 100 billion, 150. I'm talking about he made $6 billion. Nothing to this level.
Thank you, Mansep. We'll go to David, followed by Man.
Yeah, not a lot to add, Gary. A lot of what I was going to say has already kind of been said. I would just say that it comes down to the pocketbook. It comes down to the outsized, issues of the promises made versus not kept. I think that has to do with America First. I think you're absolutely right. Promises are always made, but not always kept. But when they speak to the heart and soul of the party, it's kind of like the Christian stuff, right? His embarrassment on Easter Sunday. I mean, what did that do to his Christian base? Mocking or not revering their Lord and Savior. So these are snafus or whatever you want to call them that are difficult to unwind. Not to mention, Gary, a lot of American voters, a lot of Trump's base, they get their information from these podcast guys that you've been, lampooning on the stage, and they're not reading the issues. They're going right to a source, and it's like going. I mean, I'm not trying to compare the two, but when somebody goes to church on Sunday, they're already kind of maybe their faith's wavering a little bit, but they're going there to hear the truth and the story and what's really going on. They want reassurances, and they're not really questioning the gospel per se. They're there to believe it. And now Trump's driven this wedge of, do we believe this guy anymore? And I think ultimately his messianic zeal, this hypnotic effect he's had on his followers is starting to break. And now you've got these right-wing influencers that are breaking with that, and they're calling him out. And a lot of his GOP base is also probably scared shitless, but they don't know how to challenge the guy still, because he still has that much power and popularity among that base that have to reelect him every 2 years. So it's kind of a rock and a hard place, but I think people have already headed for the exits. I think every time they go to the pump, they may not see a Biden sticker saying, "Thanks, Joe Biden," but they're blaming somebody. They're pissed off.
Actually, Jennifer put in the chat, which folks is linked above where it says main chat, that she saw in Michigan a sticker on the gas pump with a caricature of the president. So apparently there are some people putting up stickers blaming Trump in the manner in which they did blaming.
Start seeing billboards coming up before the election. You're going to start seeing, if he doesn't have his shit together pretty soon here, and the Supreme Court decision, the Supreme Court decision as, I don't know how to put it, Gary, as reactionary as it was, if that isn't somehow leveraged by the Democrats, you mentioned the folks rolling in their grave. Well, hell, Gary, your generation fought and drove and marched and drove for these things as well. This isn't just great man theory politics that emerged out of the '60s. There's a whole lot of issues that came to bear on a guy like Johnson, and Martin Luther was a mouthpiece of a very sizable movement. Many black folk could have to take umbrage for the fact that their lives are on the line for these voting rights. So I think ultimately there's big chunks of the country that owned that victory and fought and marched and sang and did all those things in tandem with beating back the Vietnam War, which also took down in some part measure Nixon's administration. And so we have to remember that these hard-won gains don't just come in a vacuum and with the stroke of a pen. So I think at the end of the day, the MAGA folks, I think so far their power, their influence is holding because troops aren't on the ground yet in Iran yet, and I think that is where I think the litmus test. I think if he's holding on to any form of the GOP position going into the midterms, it's because he hasn't made that move yet. And as soon as that move has to be made or is made by him, then you're going to see, I think, the washout that guys like Aram and others who spoke about in the room today. And I'll land there.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised. I mentioned it the other day. If the section of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 that demand public accommodations, which ended the Jim Crow status of not status, but in Jim Crow, it was common in the Deep South for restaurants to have signs that say we reserve the right to refuse accommodation to anyone for any reason. But we all knew what that reason was. I remember as a child walking into a restaurant in a small town in Mississippi. I was staying on a farm down there over the Easter break, and one of the adults in the farm had to run some errands. The gentleman who ran the farm, and I don't call him a farmer because he actually had a job outside of the farm, so the farming was part-time. But at any rate, he had to go to town and invited me to go with him. So I got in his pickup truck. We drove into town and we walked into the restaurant. We sat at the counter, and he says, "Order whatever you want, son." And I looked, and in front of every stool there was a reserved sign. And I said to him, "CJ, the seat is reserved." And he burst out laughing. He goes, "Boy," he goes, "this seat is reserved for us." An opening experience. But who maybe somebody's going to argue, and maybe it'll go to the Supreme Court. I'm not saying that there is such a case, but I wouldn't be surprised if such a case were presented where some kind of a restaurant owner argues it's his property and he has the right to determine who enters, crosses the threshold and who doesn't. It's his private property. And that might get struck. And we might see those signs again. I don't know, but that's the direction we're heading in with some of these erosions.
Well, I also want to say that a lot of the gains that were made in the 50s and 60s, coming off the horrific history and heels of slavery and Jim Crow, was also the United States' attempt to show newly minted African nations that we have a racial house in order, that we're making progress, that you can side with us versus the Soviets, and that our policies and our vision of democracy and life and liberty and pursuit of happiness is right here in America, these United States. And we couldn't make our international plays the way we did, beating back the Soviets, so long as our racial house is in disorder. And you have the images going around the world of the Medgar Evers and the marches and the dogs and the water hoses and all that stuff that went around the world. You couldn't say this was the beacon of democracy so long as that was existing in these United States. And so I believe ultimately that in addition to all the efforts made by the Kings and the Malcolms and that leadership and people behind that, that the United States also had to bring the force and the weight of the government to bear on the backs of racist white folks to say, hey, enough is enough. We got to march toward a much greater victory, and that's the Cold War. And I think ultimately that also speaks to the wins. And for us to kind of pivot now, 60 years removed of these legislations, it's really just a leap backward. They say the United States Constitution was a great leap forward for humanity. That's 1776 documents. Well, this is a leap backward from that leap forward, in my opinion. And all that there.
Thank you, David. Man, followed by Ben.
I thought I'd come up on your stage just because you haven't had a single MAGA participant today. So
I want to hear from the MAGA folks whether this is a split that will affect the midterm elections or.
I'm going to get right to that. I hate trying to prognosticate. I'm not good at it. But there are some things that I think people should know if they're willing to hear it. First of all, this MAGA rift is mostly a headline rift. I don't think this is really affecting the majority of people who support President Trump or Republicans or both. If you think that there's little light between the two, this is happening mostly among the chattering class, and I don't really think it's going to translate necessarily. It's certainly not going to translate into voters for Democrats. It could translate into a critical number of people not going to the polls in a small number of districts where the races are tight. It is that way, and it's been that way for 30 years or so in the United States, that elections are very close. But you should know that what appears to be a civil war going on the internet is not really happening among the average Republican or supporter of President Trump. Quite honestly, I know you're all are going to hate me for saying this. We are extremely pleased with President Trump so far. I do think that probably the one place where there is a lot of concern, and if it's not a concern now, it will be in the future, possibly in 2028, is among the young people. The young people, in many ways, are the audience for all of the radical politics that are plaguing the Democratic Party right now. So if you feel frustrated that your party has moved too far to the left, the likelihood is that maybe you don't have a kid in school right now. But as far as I can tell, the Democratic Party actually is moving in the direction of where young people are being educated to be right now. I don't know how that's going to translate in the midterms, but you're also forgetting two important, not you, Gary, but some of your participants. One, there's going to be a summer of Trump. Okay, Trump's going to hit the trail as he always does. If there are no crowds at his rallies, then maybe I'll be worried. But I suspect that it will be, provided that he can have the security that he needs to do them. They'll be sellout crowds as they always have been. And Trump is very effective when he takes to the road. So that's going to happen. The rift is exclusively over the war, which is kind of like a bipartite issue. It's endless wars, scare quotes, and it's also Israel. Those are the two issues that are brought to the fore by this, by what's going on with Iran right now. I'm not terribly concerned that I'm not terribly convinced that these young people are going to be essentially reacting in an anti-war way if this war concludes in anything like a favorable outcome for Donald Trump.
if it is escalating by the end of summer, if we're moving towards more combat, possibly even boots on the ground, that it would seem to me would be an indication that you're going to probably have a lot of young, possibly MAGA voters who have a kind of anti-war, maybe a right-wing anti-war thought process that might trick. So in many ways, it does kind of hinge on what happens in the next, let's say, 6 to 8 weeks with the situation in Iran. And then, of course, I mean, obviously, it's almost always the case that a president loses majority if he ever had it during the midterms. So we should kind of expect that to be the case. But you should get over the feeling that because Megyn Kelly and Steve Bannon and Mark Levin are having a feud, that means MAGA is just going to fold their arms and not go to the polls. That's just not what's going on out here.
And before I get to Ben, our poll shows that of the 75 votes cast, 58% do not use spaces, 43% do. So the reason we can't put up that poll, and I thank you all for participating, is because we've been playing around on the weekends on spaces a little bit just to see what it's like, see if we can expand our reach. And we were curious about that. For those who are interested, at 1 a.m. Eastern Time Sunday morning and at midnight Sunday night going into Monday morning New York time, we will be holding forth on spaces, but we will be back, of course, Monday through Friday at 5 o'clock New York time here on Clubhouse. Ben, you get the last word.
Well, regarding Trump's role in the midterm, the topic of the room, well, I think, if Trump were to start stumping for Republican candidates in the summer, I would also think that there would be a lot of crowd as well. A lot of people probably go there. However, the people that are going there this summer probably will not necessarily rooting for Trump himself, but rather maybe heckling him. The reason is because if they look at what's been happening for the past 18 months or 12 months or whatever number of months that he's been in power for Trump too, a lot of the voters that voted for him, the MAGA crowd, the so-called, would have realized that they're actually not better off. They're actually worse off. I think some of the previous speakers have already mentioned a lot of good points in terms of what's been happening with the economy, what's been happening with grocery prices, with job opportunities, etc. And people have realized that the fact that the stock market is doing well doesn't necessarily mean that your grocery bills are going to be okay, that you have your stability and safety net, if you will. I still believe the old adage espoused by Tip O'Neill. I guess I'm dating myself, but he was a Speaker of the House many years ago. His saying was that all politics would be local. He was a congressman, obviously, but with that logic, I believe that yes, the war, geopolitical issues, these are important to voters, particularly ideological voters. Initially, you can have Trump's platform was to get rid of these illegal aliens. Let's hit our enemies, Iran, Russia, China, etc., etc. Those are all good rhetoric in terms of getting the attention from voters that tended to be conservative, or particularly use some of the far left measures as a punching bag to get support from the right wing voters. But having done that, having won the office, eventually voters are going to go back to their local issues, meaning their own pocketbook, their own interest. And to be frank, I think what Trump has done so far is not so much working enhancing the economy with the wealth or the economic condition of those voters, but rather himself. When you look at what Trump has been doing, changing the name of Kennedy Center to adding his own name, putting his name on the dollar bills, and there's going to be gold coins with his face, and he's going to build, the new ballroom with his, insisting the $400 ballroom, and there's going to be build an art of triumph, probably even taller than the Lincoln Memorial. He's claimed himself to be a better president than Abraham Lincoln. He has done so much for himself, not for the MAGA voters. Again, on the money side, like Monsef has mentioned, he's presumably has bought hundreds of millions of dollars worth of bonds, and the fact that he's pushing Wong to be the Fed governor that potentially would cut interest rate is going to benefit that greatly. And he's going to build his presidential library into a hotel, another Trump International hotel, I guess. I hope these things probably make the voters that voted for him realize that Trump really did not want to make America great again. He wanted to make himself great again. I think instead of a MAGA, probably the Trump should be MTGA, make Trump great again. And honestly, I congratulate him. He's done pretty well in that regard. With all the Bitcoin and the crypto that he issued under his own name. So I really think that with his continue building his own wealth and net worth, he's done the platform of the presidency of the U.S. Voters for the midterms would realize that even if they will not rebel against him, they would want to look at their own pocketbook, their own security. They will say, maybe this is not against Trump, but I need to pay attention to who I'm voting for my district, whether it's Congress or the Senate. And I think that's actually very, very clear. There's even indication from some of these propositions in various different states, whether it's California or Texas. Voters are realizing that yes, having a good ideological base, whether you are hoping to dial back the country into the 17 or 1800s, whether you're anti-immigration, whatever actions that you're anti-left, if you will, that's all nice as a slogan. So eventually, we have to eat, we have to live and sleep and drive, and gas prices would be it. So I think he's been gaslighting voters for many, many months, if not years. Like what Monsef said, he said in Florida, I think he was saying you guys should be happy because the gas would be $10 per gallon. Are going to be realizing this, and they will actually refrain from continuing supporting make Trump great again.
So I'm going to tell you why I think that everything you said is true, but why I agree with Man that it doesn't matter. And here's the reason. When he ran for office for his first term, he pledged to eliminate the national debt within 8 years and significantly reduce the federal deficit. Office, the national debt increased by $7.8 trillion, and yet he was reelected. Folks, we're here, or elected again, I guess would be a proper way of saying it.
One word on that, Gary. The testimony by Hegseth in Congress, where he was asked that, how much money are we spending on this? And I think he gave a number 25 billion. And the Congress said, no, it's actually more than, many, many times more, like hundreds of billions or something like that. And Hegseth's response was like, hey, how important it is to prevent Iran from having nuclear weapons. Isn't that worth the effort? And the Congress said, even though that might be, but still you should be aware how much money it would cost us you know, top political. Right.
That is a violation of law, actually.
I think what there to your point about you know the voters would still continue voting him even though he broke his promises. Gary, all these promises are promises global, international, and that I'm sure voters, these voters would still be believing those promises and believing him for that. But Gary, the big difference of then and now is this: then is into drive. Now, continuing forward, and I don't think the hormones.
Yeah, here's the problem with your thinking. We're going to close the room, but I'm going to tell you, in my opinion, the problem with your thinking, Ben, is when Joe Biden or any other Democrat is president of the United States, issues like this, the the majority of the Republicans will rally around that issue and blame Biden for it. When Donald Trump is the president, I don't think they care about the issue. And to the point, I don't think they care. And by the way, if there are Republicans here who feel that my assessment is inaccurate, click on the mail chat and go into the Facebook Messenger Critical Thinking Forum chat. Go into the Facebook Messenger. I think what I said on the chat, and explain to me why I think that my assessment is probably pretty bad. We're here Monday through Friday from 5 o'clock New York time. New York time.
To respect them through their sheer achievement and through their sheer influence and power. They grab all the power? Yeah, they grab all the power. What is this? Who are they? What are you talking about? They force the Arabs to respect them. They force. Nobody respects them in the Arab word. Nobody respects Hebrew in the Arab word. Nobody speaks Hebrew in the Arab word. So then why do you respect them? All the sheikhs bow down to them. Who's bowing? The sheikhs dance. The sheikhs dance in front of them. Nigga. So clap your hands and hold your shoulder. Mine is the head of a man. David the King is inside his king's house. By my head, iron gold. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother.
me with by my body I invoke thee. By their kindness I invoke thee. By the Lamb I invoke thee.
Let's pretend that it's executives meet with you. It's kind of
I invoke. By the song I invoke. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the heart. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father. By my body I invoke thee. By By the brightness I invoke thee. By the Lamb I invoke thee. By the sign I invoke thee. Sign for by the song I invoke. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father. Father, me with by my body I invoke thee. By brightness I invoke thee. By the Lamb I invoke thee. By the sign I invoke. Sign for for by the song I invoke. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the heart's. My iron gold. I am the only begotten child of my father. By my body I invoke thee. Likeness I invoke thee. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. By the sign I invoke. By the song I invoke, mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. By my body I am by brightness I invoke thee. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. By the sign I invoke thee. Silent fall. Fall. By the song I invoke, mine is the head of a man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father. Me with by my body I invoke thee. By likeness I invoke thee. By the Lamb I invoke thee. By the sign I invoke thee. Silent fall.
By the song I invoke. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father. Me with by my body I invoke thee. By likeness I invoke thee. By the Lamb I invoke thee. By the sign I invoke thee. Sign invoke. Invoke. By the song I invoke. Mine is the head of a man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father. Me with by my body I invoke thee. By likeness I invoke thee. By the Lamb I invoke thee. By the sign I invoke thee. Sign for by the song I invoke. Mine is the head of the fans. Inside is deep as the hearts. By my head, I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father. Father, my father is dead. By my body I invoke thee. By the brightness I invoke thee. By the Lamb I invoke thee. By the sign I invoke. Sign for by the song I invoke. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head, iron foe. I am the only begotten child of my father. By my body I invoke thee. By lightness I invoke thee. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. By the sign I invoke. Sign for by the song I invoke. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head iron foe. the only begotten child of my father. By my body I invoke thee. By your brightness I invoke thee. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. By the sign I invoke thee. Sign for by the song I invoke. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the heart. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father. By my body I invoke thee. By the brightness I invoke thee. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. By the side and fall. Fall. By the song I invoke. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my Father. Me with by my body I invoke. By the brightness I invoke thee. By the lamb and I'm by the song Night is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the heart's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father. Me with by my body I invoke thee. By the brightness I invoke thee. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. By the sign I invoke you. Signs for by this song I invoke. I Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I go. I am the only begotten child of my father. By my body I invoke thee. By brightness I invoke thee. By the Lamb I invoke thee. By the sign I invoke. Sign for by the song I invoke. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father. Father, my father is dead. By my body I invoke thee. By lightness I invoke thee. By the Lamb I invoke thee. By the sign I invoke. sign for. For by the song I invoke. I it's for my Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. Me with by my body I invoke thee. By lightness I invoke thee. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. By the sign I invoke thee. I invoke. Sign for. By this song I invoke my hands for mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father. Me with by my body I invoke thee. By lightness I invoke thee. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. By the sign I invoke thee. I invoke. I invoke. By the song I invoke. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father. By my body I invoke thee. By the likeness I invoke thee. By the Lamb I invoke thee. I invoke. By the sign I invoke. Sign for by the song I invoke. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father. By my body I invoke thee. About by the brightness I invoke thee. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. I invoke. By the sign I invoke. I invoke. Sign for by the song I invoke. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hearts. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father. Me with by my body I invoke thee. By lightness I invoke thee. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. By the sign I invoke thee. Sign for by the song I invoke. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hearts. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father. Me with regret. By my body I invoke thee. By the brightness I invoke thee. By the Lamb I invoke thee. By the sign I invoke thee. Sign for by the song I invoke. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father. Me with regret. By my body I invoke thee. By the brightness I invoke thee. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. By the sign I invoke thee. I invoke. I invoke. On the song I invoke. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father. Me with by my body I invoke thee. By the brightness I invoke thee. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. By the side and by the song I invoke. Mine is the head of the man, and thy insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father. Me with by my body I invoke. By lightness I invoke thee. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. sign and science. By the song I invoke, I have the Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my Father. Me with regard. By my body I invoke thee. By the likeness I invoke thee. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. I invoke. By the sign I invoke thee. By the song I invoke, mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father. By my body I invoke thee. By lightness I invoke thee. By the Lamb I invoke thee. By the sign I invoke thee. I invoke. sign for. By the song I invoke, I am the Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father. Me with by my body I invoke thee. By blindness I invoke thee. By the Lamb I invoke thee. By the sign I invoke thee. Sign for. By the song I invoke, mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father. By my body I invoke thee. By my bliss I invoke thee. By the Lamb I invoke thee. By the sign I invoke thee. I invoke. I invoke. By the song I invoke, I have the soul. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father. Me with by my body I invoke thee. By the brightness I invoke thee. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. I invoke. By the sign I invoke thee. Science war. By the song I invoke. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father. Me with my heart. By my body I invoke thee. By the brightness I invoke thee. By the Lamb I invoke thee. I invoke. By the sign I invoke thee. Sign for to invoke. By the song I invoke. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father. Me with by my body I invoke thee. By the brightness I invoke thee. By the Lamb I invoke thee. I invoke. By the sign I invoke thee. I invoke. Science for by the song I invoke. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. am the only begotten child of my father. Me with by my body I invoke thee. By the brightness I invoke thee. By the Lamb I invoke thee. I invoke by the sign I invoke thee. By the song I invoke. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father. Me with by my body I invoke thee. By the brightness I invoke thee. By the Lamb I invoke thee. By the sign I invoke thee. I invoke. I invoke. By the song I invoke. I have done so. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my Father. Me by my body I invoke thee. By lightness I invoke thee. By the Lammen einfuchst. Mein Sohn. By the side mein Sohn. Sein Sohn. Mein Sohn. Sohn. By the song I invoke. I Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father. Me with by my body I invoke thee. By lightness I invoke thee. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. My soul. By the sign I invoke you. Silence war. By the song I invoke, I am the son. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father. Me with by my body I invoke thee. By lightness I invoke thee. By the Lamb I invoke thee. I invoke. By the sign I invoke you. Science. By the song I invoke, I Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father. By my body I invoke thee. By lightness I invoke thee. By the Lamb I invoke thee. I invoke thee. By the sign I invoke thee. I invoke. Zion floor. By the song I invoke, I Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father. By my body I invoke. By lightness I invoke thee. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. I invoke. By the sign I invoke thee. I invoke. Zion floor. By the song I invoke, by the song I invoke. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father. By my body I invoke thee. By lightness I invoke thee. By the Lamb I invoke thee. I invoke. By the sign I invoke thee. I invoke. Sign for By the song I invoke, by some song I invoke. Mine is the head of the man, and thy insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father. By my body I invoke thee. About its by the brightness I invoke thee. By the Lamb I invoke thee. I invoke. By the side I invoke. Science war. For by the song I invoke. By the song Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. By my body I invoke thee. By my bliss I invoke thee. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. I invoke. By the sign I invoke you. Sign for by the song I invoke. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head, iron foe. I am the only begotten child of my father. By my body I invoke thee. By brightness I invoke thee. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. By the sign I invoke thee. Silence all. By the song I invoke. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head, iron foe. am the only begotten child of my father. By my body I invoke thee. By likeness I invoke thee. By the Lamb I invoke thee. By the sign I invoke thee. I invoke. By the song I invoke. Mine is the head of the man, and thy insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father. Me with by my body I invoke thee. By the brightness I invoke thee. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. I invoke by the sign I invoke thee. Sign invoke. By the song I invoke. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father. Me with by my body I invoke thee. By brightness I invoke thee. By the Lamb and mindful feet. By the side of by the song I invoke. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father. By my body I invoke thee. By lightness I invoke thee. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. signs by the sign I invoke you. Oh, I invoke. Signs by the song I invoke. By the song I invoke. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father. By my body I invoke thee. By my bliss I invoke thee. By the Lamb I invoke thee. By the sign I invoke. Sign for by the song I invoke. It's for mine is the head of a man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father. Me with by my body I invoke thee. By lightness I invoke thee. By the Lamb I invoke thee. I invoke. By the sign I invoke. Zion floor. Zion floor. For by the song I invoke. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father. Father, my father is dead. Me with by my body I invoke thee. By brightness I invoke thee. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. I invoke. By the sign I invoke. Silence war. invoke. To invoke. By the song I invoke. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father. Me with my friend. By my body I invoke thee. About its by lightness I invoke thee. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. By the side I invoke thee. I invoke. by the song I invoke. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father. Father, me with by my body I invoke thee. About these times of life, by blindness I invoke thee. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. I invoke. By the sign I invoke you. I invoke. I invoke. By the song I invoke. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father. Me with by my body I invoke by brightness I invoke thee. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. I invoke by the sign I invoke. Science. By the song I invoke. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head, iron foe. I am the only begotten child of my father. By my body I invoke thee. Aloud. By lightness I invoke thee. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. I invoke by the sign I invoke thee. I invoke sign for by the song I invoke. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head, iron foe. am the only begotten child of my father and mother. Me with by my body I invoke thee. By the brightness I invoke thee. By the Lamb I invoke thee. By the sign I invoke thee. I invoke. By the song I invoke. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father. Me with by my body I invoke thee. By lightness I invoke thee. By the Lamb I invoke thee. By the sign I invoke thee. I invoke. I invoke. By the song I invoke. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I have been only begotten child of my father and mother. Is dead. Me with by my body I invoke thee. Aloud. By lightness I invoke thee. By Bei den Lernen ein Flugtief. Meinem Sohn. Eine seinen Wunsch. Ein Sohn. Sein Sohn. Ein Sohn. Sohn. By the song I invoke. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. Me with by my body I invoke thee. By lightness I invoke thee. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. I am Lord. By the sign I invoke. Zion floor. Zion floor. Going for by the song I invoke. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I have been only begotten child of my father. Me with by my body I invoke thee. By lightness I invoke thee. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. By the sign I invoke. By the song I invoke, I Mine is the head of a man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father. Me with by my body I invoke. About by lightness I invoke thee. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. I invoke. By the sign I invoke. sign for. For. By the song I invoke. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the horse. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father. By my body I invoke thee. By lightness I invoke thee. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. By the sign and vote. Sign for. By the song I invoke, mine is the head of a man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father. By my body I invoke thee. By likeness I invoke thee. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. I invoke. By the sign I invoke. Science. the song I invoke. I have a song. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the horse. By my head I invoke. I have been only begotten child of my father. By my body I invoke thee. By lightness I invoke thee. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. I invoke. By the sign I invoke. I invoke. I invoke. By the song I invoke. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father. Me with by my body I invoke thee. By lightness I invoke thee. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. I invoke. By the sign I invoke. I invoke. By the song I invoke. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head, iron foe. I am the only begotten child of my father. Me with by my body I invoke by bliss I invoke thee. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. By the side I invoke. Science. By the song I invoke. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head, iron foe. am the only begotten child of my father. My father is dead. Me with by my body I invoke thee. By blindness I invoke thee. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. I invoke by the sign I invoke thee. I invoke sign invoke. By the song I invoke. Is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father. It's dead. Me with by my body I invoke thee. Brightness I invoke thee. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. By the sign and invoke you. Sign and invoke. The song I invoke. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father. My father is dead. Me with you. By my body I invoke thee. About this time, it's brightness I invoke thee. By the Lamb and By the sign and invoke you. Oh, sign for song I invoke. Is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I have been only begotten child of my father. It's dead. By my body I invoke thee. About this time, weakness I invoke thee. By the Lamb I invoke thee. sign and vote. Sign for by the song I invoke. I don't stop. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father. Father, Father is dead. Me with by my body I invoke thee. About signs it's by brightness I invoke thee. By the Lamb I invoke thee. By the sign and vote. Silent fall. By the song I invoke. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father. Father is dead. Me with power and by my body I invoke thee. Aloud by bless I invoke thee. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. By the sign I invoke thee. Oh, I invoke. sign for. By the song I invoke, is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head, iron gold. I have been only begotten child of my father. Father, my father is dead. Father, me with favor and faith. By my body I invoke thee. Bow out, by blindness I invoke thee. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. By the sign and invoke thee. Sign and invoke. The song I invoke. Mine is the head of a man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father. It's yet me with by my body I invoke thee. About inside, it's Lord. Weakness I invoke thee. By the Lamb I invoke thee. I invoke. By the sign I invoke thee. Sign for song I invoke. Is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father. Father is dead. Me by my body I invoke thee. About this time, brightness I invoke thee. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. By the sign I invoke thee. Sign invoke. By the song I invoke. is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head iron fold. I am the only begotten child of my father. Mother, it's dead. By my body I invoke thee. About it's for by bless I invoke thee. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Sign and vote. Sign and vote. By the song I invoke. It is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head iron fold. I am the only begotten child of my father. My father is dead. Me with rancor and hate. By my body I invoke thee. About sun. By their brightness I invoke thee. By the Lamb I invoke thee. Sign and vote. Sign and vote. Like the song I invoke. Is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father. My father is dead. Me with rancor and hate. By my body I invoke thee. this I invoke thee. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. I invoke. By the sign and invoke thee. By the song I invoke. Is the head of the man, and thy insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father. It's dead. Me with by my body I invoke thee. Come out of the sun. This I invoke thee. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. By the sign and vote. Sign for song I invoke. Mine is the head of a man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father. My father is dead. By my body I invoke thee. About weakness I invoke thee. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. By the sign and vote. Sign for by the song I invoke. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father. My father is dead. Me by my body I invoke thee. Aloud. Brightness I invoke thee. By the Lamb I invoke thee. Sign and vote. sign for. Song I invoke. Mine is the head of a man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. My head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father. My father is dead. Me with paper and by my body I invoke thee. About by brightness I invoke thee. By the Lamb I invoke thee. Sign and invoke thee. Sign and invoke. The song I invoke. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father, and father, my father is dead. Father, me with by my body I invoke thee. Brightness I invoke thee. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. I invoke. By the sign I invoke. Sign for I invoke. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father. My father is dead. Me by my body I invoke thee. About its by lightness I invoke thee. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. By the sign I invoke thee. I invoke. I invoke. Song I invoke. is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head, iron foe. I am the only begotten child of my father. Father, it's dead. Me with by my body I invoke thee. About time. Brightness I invoke thee. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. By the sign and invoke thee. Sign and invoke. By the song I invoke. Is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head, iron foe. I am the only begotten child of my father. My father is dead. Me with by my body I invoke thee. About this time, it's brightness I invoke thee. Stop. By the Lamb I invoke thee. I invoke sign and invoke thee. Sign and invoke. The song I invoke. Is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father. My father is dead. Me with labor and pain. By my body I invoke thee. madness I invoke thee. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. By the sign and invoke thee. Sign and invoke. By the song I invoke. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father. It's dead. By my body I invoke thee. Lightness I invoke thee. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. vote. I sign and vote. Song I invoke. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head iron gold. I am the only begotten child of my father. My father is dead. Me with labor and pain. By my body I invoke thee. About his times of brightness I invoke thee. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. I invoke. Sign and vote. By the song I invoke, I don't so is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father. Father, my father is dead. For me with by my body I invoke thee. About this time, brightness I invoke thee. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. By the sign and invoke thee. sign for. The song I invoke. It's the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I have been only begotten child of my father. Father, it's dead. Me with by my body I invoke thee. Yes, I invoke thee. I the Lamb I invoke sign and vote. Sign and vote.
Unbelievable what AI with design tools is doing. It's your average Joe is able to build a website now by just
Okay. Well, yes.
But it makes sense why he viewed women the way he done fucked over 200. Okay, 40 years old. Someone do the math. Say he lost his virginity at 16. Since 40-year-old. No way back.
It's a fight that nobody's putting back on. That's it. But the question is now, the big question that we're having, and to a lot of people is, what is the fuck is the next step? And we should be speaking about it and preparing ourselves mentally for it. Like how you guys were preparing for this mentally, everybody needs to prepare for the next steps that are going to mentally. How they're going to affect the Americans and how they're going to affect the Persians. Because it's going to be a ripple effect.
Well, and let's not forget, Romeo was saying that then you have the actual army who is not with the IRGC. So you have these different departments that are not even remotely connected to the IRGC. That obviously, needs to come into play too.
Well, you also got to remember too. Again, like the young lady said, you don't know necessarily the plans. And again, Trump could leave the IRGC in control. Like he could walk away and say, "Hey, they agreed not to develop uranium. This is number one on my priority. They have turned over. We're going to have inspectors," and he could come away with something along those lines, leaving the IRGC in power and lifting sanctions and creating an economy there, working with trade relations on that. I mean, if the Iranian people want to throw out that, Trump would say, "Well, then you need to do it." That's also on the table.
The only thing I believe, right, I agree with you 100% on everything you just said. Even the IRGC standing. But I think there will be at least one condition before Trump pulls out is going to be to say have fair elections, and somebody's going to have one of the countries like neighboring Kuwait or Saudis are going to have to monitor that it's fair elections. That to see if the people want the IRGC to stay or to go. Just maybe to give them that. That I might think that would be one condition that Trump might give them. Is to allow fair elections there in that country.
You'd probably throw that on there, but let's be honest.
I would say like, but then he just fuck the Iranian people. You understand?
Yeah, I'm fully aware of it, and it's not like the U.S. has fucked other nations when we've pulled out Afghanistan prior in the 80s. But I mean, it does happen. The U.S. has kind of, waffled on some of its more stances just due to political leanings. Because again, you've got 2 years of this, so whatever administration comes in and follows it, there could be. I mean, fuck, Trump's like getting attacked on a daily basis now. He's got a sniper every fucking other month. So I mean, if the man goes, Vance would be picked. Is Vance going to continue the work there? Will he do a summarial withdrawal? Will he change course? You have a lot of what ifs. I would say you're juggling a lot of what ifs, and it's interesting to plot out. But my overall consensus is that if the IRGC agrees to Trump's demands, he's going to be like,
I don't believe he's gonna just leave the Iranians like that. It's gonna be a real thing. I just don't see it.
Rafi, and I'm going to ask you this directly. Do you actually think that one of the major factors in why Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth
and the other players in the cabinet, the people at play, went into Iran really is them trying to bring freedom to Persians? Like, do you actually believe that? Because I can tell you, I don't buy it for one fucking minute that that was a major motivating factor. A beneficial secondary possibility, sure, but I really do, unfortunately, think that we should look at American history, look at history of other Western empires, and if the motivation to go in is self-serving, which it almost always is with the United States, if we're being honest with ourselves, and if you can get what you need it, then you're not necessarily there to quote unquote bring someone freedom.
But what was the idea? Sorry for interrupting, but what was the idea that was sold to the American people? Is when the protest said, he said, if anybody more dies, you carry out executions, we're coming in. The threat was basically to save the Iranian people. So now it's gonna be basically, if they pull out in the Iranian eyes, what they went in for that was sold to them, they lost. They didn't.
You mean like what we did in Vietnam, what we did in Korea, what we did in Afghanistan, what we did in Iraq?
I understand, but do you think Trump's gonna take this out? Between me and you, you believe that Trump is want to go take an L?
I think Donald Trump will take a Trump-crafted narrative win. And I think you have to look at Donald Trump and see that this is a man who's willing to say he wins even when he did. He lost an election and has said he won the election, right? If you say he's short, he says he's tall. There are plenty of there are plenty of situations where the Venezuela and he was going to overthrow the entire regime and we were going to be sitting in the country while they had free elections. No, he took the head off that snake, realized the snake below it was cooperative and manipulative, and now we are going to have a beneficial relationship with the new government that's there. He can't do the same thing in Iran, but it doesn't mean he can't craft a narrative and say, our experts have looked, we put them 30 years back on developing any sort of technology to make weaponized uranium, to make the warheads, to make nuclear power. So we're good for now. We got rid of the entire leadership. It's going to take them decades and decades and decades to get back where they were. We're not going to waste American lives. We're going to go home.
Right, I guess
he could craft that as an American win. And you would have diaspora Persians furious. And you would have a lot of other people who'd say, look, he lied when he came in. And he would celebrate himself and throw himself a parade. And his acolytes and supporters would say, hey, we went in and did what we needed to do. Iran is not a threat to Israel anymore. It's not a threat to our Gulf dominance. It's not a threat to us economically. They're not in a position to prop China up anymore economically. He could craft a sort of win and then exit.
Brian, I disagree with you on one thing. I think he's actually looking for the vice president of Venezuela in the IRGC. That's why we keep hitting them like we're knocking Ayatollahs down like pinballs. I think, and he's trying to hit the leaderships. I think he's looking for that next person to step up and say, all right, I quit. I don't want a warhead on my forehead. Please don't fucking kill me. I'm going to cooperate with the U.S. here. I'll sign off and boom, and that's it. I honestly, in my best views based on Trump's tactics and military style, it's a neat coincidence that everything lined up. But I think he's honestly looking for the player that wants to play. I don't think he's looking for a massive regime change in which he has to send boots in the ground. And I think he's going to allow the private firms to come in and help rebuild Iran, but he's going to ask for a chunk of change on that. Iran's going to get it. It'll bring some prosperity. There'll be some problems, but in 25 years, if Iran capitulates, they could be an economic powerhouse.
Well, I don't think that that's impossible, especially because you still have the IRGC going through neighborhoods and plucking anybody who's oppositional or resistant and executing. You have the political entities that are left fighting with IRGC, figureheads, I should say. I won't say leadership because who knows who's in charge of what. They're having those fights because I do agree with you. we are poking around, and Donald Trump is looking for somebody. And so there is a fear in the hardline regime that they're going to find somebody. I think the problem is that they're doing a pretty good job of killing off anybody who could be that person. And so I don't know how long the United States and Israel keep chopping off heads. Like, how long do you keep at that game hoping you can find somebody in a whack-a-mole?
Well, I get your point. Trump can't stay there very long. But I mean, they're doing pretty good on the walkable thing. So I gotta hand it to him. That part's pretty ingenious. He is, rather than doing the direct conflict with the lower echelons, he's very strategic. He likes targeting the heads. He likes to create that confusion on there. So I honestly think with the internal fighting that's going on, if this is true, which I'm assuming it is, because you have some departures going on in the country. You can see that online with various videos that are breaking out, and not the ones that are AI fucking made. But when you actually kind of can get through and verify the sources and verify that it's not AI, you can kind of see some resistance popping up to some of those. You see some fractional divides within the military, it appears. So I think that head is about to pop up. But you are right. The IRGC is trying to target any strong unifying leader that's going to be like, hey, I'm going to take it. We're just going to end this shit. We're just going to give.
I just want to make a comment on Brandon that said that a lot of Iranians in the diaspora would be mad. Well, I guess yes, a lot of Iranians in the diaspora would be mad, but don't forget that we didn't ask for help inside Iran because we're not living there. We're living good lives here in the West, honestly. So we're the ones that will be mad, Brandon. Will be the ones that asked for help, Trump for help inside Iran.
I don't get how that will have any impact on what my
So I don't know why you're the diaspora. Right.
Because my point was we were discussing the pressure on Rafi was discussing the pressure and impact on Donald Trump if he were to leave. Right? So if Donald Trump leaves,
no, I'm just saying
inside
which side are you
are
on?
not an impactful thing for him. Right? That's the point of
when
that.
you state that the diaspora had, which side?
Yeah, the reason I said the diaspora would be. Are you listening or are you just speaking? Because I can't answer you if you're going to keep talking.
Go ahead, I'm waiting.
Okay, awesome. Rafi, I don't understand. Your space is the only one where people ask questions and then keep fucking talking. It's the weirdest thing to me. I'll get used to it. But Rafi asked the very clear question about can Donald Trump just leave the Iranians hanging out to dry, right? And I said, and this is where my statement came from, and context is valuable in conversation, is I said he will have Iranian and Persian diaspora members really angry at him. You will have Persian communities in the United States that are angry at him. That will be mildly a pain in his ass and his reputation. Outside of that, if the rest of the world is frustrated, they're frustrated that this war is happening politically. So he's not going to catch a flack from people for leaving and exiting this and allowing the world to move on. Right? Obviously, the most impacted people will be the people still in Iran and the people who still have family in Iran, which, by the way, I'm one of those people. I still have a significant amount of my father's family that's there. So I am not minimizing what that would mean if the Americans just shit and run now on the Persian people, right? I'm not minimizing that, but that wasn't the question that Rafi asked. The question Rafi asked was the consequence Trump would face, or do I think he could get away with doing that? Yes, I think Donald Trump is very capable of hitting on the freedom or the possibility of freedom for Persian people if it benefits him and if he has a clean exit. And the only real backlash he would receive in the United States would be from Persian communities. He's not electable again. He's not running again. I don't think he gives a shit.
So he did it for basically the future of America, the move. This was like a power play for him.
This was a regional defensive play. Israel and Iran were getting into a place where the United States was going to have to make a really, really harsh decision into what was going to happen. And the reason, the United States spends billions of dollars a year as the defense apparatus for most of our Gulf allies. Right? We are a defense apparatus for the Qataris, for the Kuwaitis, for the Emiratis, for the Israelis. Right? The United States is a defense apparatus for Western Gulf nations. And the thing that we are defending them from is the potential risk from Iran and its proxies. So if the United States weakens the regime to where they cannot fund and support those proxies, and they cannot pose as heavy of a risk or the horrible potential of them having nuclear means to fire a nuclear weapon and trigger a global cascade of nuclear weapons being fired in different directions, then that's a win, right? That's not a win that has anything to do with Donald Trump trying to bring Iranian or Persian people freedom. That is not what that risk was. That is not what that was about. Again, a positive side effect, if he can pull it off, fantastic. A secondary thing for him to be congratulated on, fantastic. But from a political lens, from a commander-in-chief in the United States lens, keeping the United States strength in the oil-rich regions that is Middle East, keeping the Israelis from getting into a nuclear conflict, from threatening a nuclear conflict. What
interest with 1%.
No, I mean I can reach out to him. Yeah, I can. Which is good for him, or evil. What will bet?
Like that's that some of the Ready,
The Star of David is not Jewish. The Mesopotamians, Hindus, ancient Sumerians all used this symbol before the Jews. The original meaning of the symbol represents something much deeper. Triangle facing upwards represents heaven. The triangle facing down represents earth. When it comes together, it represents unity of opposites. Because human consciousness has two natures, a heavenly nature and an earthly nature. The heavenly spiritual nature is for creation, imagination, thinking, and willpower. Your earthly nature is for survival, instincts, and reproduction. The ancient mystic seeks to balance both, not suppressing your survival instincts, but gaining mastery over them, and integrating higher knowledge of human consciousness into the physical body. You're always going to have lust. You're always going to have desires to eat food all the time. However, it's about balance. Balancing your creative and your survival nature.
Call an Uber.
I was waiting for.
Don't marry the person you can have fun with. Marry the person you can suffer with. Anyone can love.
If you're scrolling right now, how much are these e-bikes? Around $2,000? $1,000? Off of that price, you can even.
Modern Z-bikes are on clearance right now. Everyone has a huge discount.
Really? Do they ride well?
Of course.
It's featured.
Press one button and just drop this into your kid's backpack.
Me keep these incredible demonstrations all over the country. It's how big job is my father. It's what evidence. 150 meters takes about 15 seconds. They can reach speeds of up to 40 miles an hour. Excuse your office. Saves a disaster. Sergeant John Parker in his full mess dress traveled down the slide on a brolly.